Morning comes too early, hands already warm, working for a better day, trying to keep me warm. Boss man count his tally, we just count our time. Fair don't come easy, I had to stand and fight for mine. Oh Lord, hear me now. Working, better day, keep me warm. People talk about difference, but I just see the same. Every heart need kindness, every soul need a name, and we're deep. Children laughing somewhere, sounds of better days. Keep the light inside you, don't let the darkness stay. So sing a song for mercy, sing it clear and kind. We all walk this same good earth, just trying to ease our mind.
Alright, how's everybody doing? Alright, what are we feeling tonight for a warm-up? I always say that, and in my mind I'm always going, just fly the Tomcat every night, always. But that would be redundant. Let's just do a Viper. Want to get into the war. Do a quick warm-up in the Viper. Alright, what do we got for a loadout?
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1.
That'll be fine.
421 at 1,500 knots.
2 AMRAMs and 4 9Xs. We're gonna go for the dogfight anyway. Alright, we should be good.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 062 445 at 7,000 gold.
What's up, Supreme? Waffles? I think that's all that's here. It's impossible for me to tell. I wonder why that is. I need to, like, contact labs and see, oh, that's not gonna stick. Oh, gosh darn it. Give me a second. I need to go into my moderation. Can I don't know if I can do that from here.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Pop-up group 297 422 at 1,500 gold.
Let me write that down so I can add that to my bannable words immediately. YumPay Online. That's a new bot thing. I need to program that in so I don't gotta see that shit all the time. Stupid bots. I don't know why the bots would come to the DCS community. It's too small for that kind of nonsense.
1,500 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 060 445 at 7,000 knots.
Alright. Okay, I got it written down. I'll put that into the banned phrase catch thing. They are everywhere. That's true. It's just like if I was trying to sell what bots or whatever the fuck they're trying to sell, I wouldn't go to a tiny, community that's by all metrics and means extremely niche. Even the biggest of us. The very largest of all the DCS, which DCS isn't even big on Twitch. It's got a decent size somewhat on YouTube, but not really. Even YouTube, it's very niche. But in Twitch, it's supremely niche. Nobody's gonna do their whatever scams they're trying to do in the DCS community in Twitch. It's just way too small for any kind of that nonsense. It wasn't a naughty word. They were just trying to sell bots. Trying to sell views. It was a bot. But the bot company they're trying to advertise, I need to put in my auto mod thing, so whenever somebody says it, they'll just get removed immediately. That way I don't got to deal with it.
421 at 1,500 knots.
Alright, we're gonna do a standard flight of 4. 2 leads, 2 linemen.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 061 445 at 7,000 knots.
Alright, floods off. Are they gonna turn the lights on?
Ford 1, Overlord 1-1.
Konskaya, Ford 1, request startup.
Ford 1, Konskaya, cleared for startup.
Konskaya, Ford 1, request taxi to runway.
There we go. We got lights. Alright. Let's turn off our lights. And let's kill our takeoff lights. Alright, here we go.
Ford 1, unable to clear for takeoff. Ford 1, Konskaya, you are cleared for takeoff already. Climb 300 at QFE 30.43.
3043. I gotta put that in. Let's see. 3043 says the ATC. There we go. We got it. Alright, we're airborne.
Fast flare. Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, we're heading up.
Fast flare.
Oh, the clouds with the moon look pretty good. Yeah, I never understood all. I mean, I understand why people do stuff like that, but at the same time, I just don't get it. But I'm not that kind of person. It's just weird. I'm the last person they should ever be like, hey, if you give us money, we'll make your channel look like this or that. It's like, hey, I don't give a shit about that. Get the fuck out of here. I'm an old disabled pilot. I'm never going to have a big channel and be all that stuff. That's not going to happen. And I don't care. My self-worth is not tied to like a viewer count or some weird metric like that. That's so alien. Alright, Angels 30. 1. No, a company like that creates an algorithm bot and it just programs it to go every live. If you're live on Twitch, you're gonna get a bot seller. They're just throwing everything against the wall. Because, I mean, I'm assuming the bot sellers themselves are scams, too. It's all a scam. I put them all in the same vein as someone showing up going, hey bro, you should get into this crypto. You should do an NFT. It's like, why? I'm not a thief. Why would I do anything like that? Yeah, it's automated for sure. Oh, I did have him on data link. What's up, Trife? Now we got them on data link. There they are. All right, let's go 2-bar TWS. And let's tighten it up. They are at Angels 24. All right, we're in the zone. Influencer. Yeah, I'm definitely not anything of the sort. I just love aviation, and I like sharing it with other people to make them love aviation, or help them if they want to learn more about aviation. That's it. That's all. It's what I do. In my conditions, it's about all I can do. Alright, we got a double TWS track. Alright, hitting the blower. We got 2 AMRAMs. We're going to use a double TWS track to ninja fire both of them for an opener. We're going to get inside the MAR for this first shot. I don't want to get into a fur ball with 4. That's close enough. Fox 3. Fox 3. Okay. Splash 1. Splash 2.
Block. Counter. Block. Cat flare.
Fox 2.
Counter.
Alright, where'd that last guy go? I see his trail. I just don't see him. There he is. Got him. He's still letting flares out. We're gonna let him waste his flares. He's cutting in below us. Fox 2. Oh, good catch. Good catch. Well, that was a clean engagement. Maybe I should have put 5. What we got left? 2 9Xs. Where's that transport plane? Right there. Yeah, if he wouldn't have squeezed out those couple of flares when he was down below me, it would have made it a lot harder to find him. I would have had to have tried to get him on data link, which is what I was going to do. But if he was off the data link and he didn't lot out those flares and he wasn't in afterburner, it would have been difficult. He screwed up. But he had to pre-flare because he doesn't know if I'm shooting. He can't tell. So he was kind of in a catch-22. He could have gone completely, stealth, so it'd be harder to see him. But if he's on data link, which he doesn't know if he is or not, I'd still be able to get him. So he did the right thing with trying to pre-flare, but
Lock. Cat flare. Cat flare.
alright, we'll go kill this transport and then we'll jump over to the server and see how we're doing. We should be getting ready to start making some good pushes towards the end. I'm worried about those infrastructure points that are down south. There was a bunch of SAMs that are hidden down there. I think we're gonna have to do some SAM hunting out there and just kind of probe out there and see what's going on. I tried to get out there to bomb it last night and those SAMs were everywhere. Bruce got shot down. It happens. Bruce gets shot down. It happens. That was a good snapshot. I can't believe it's still in the air. Oh, the fire went out. Interesting.
Warning, 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 warning. Lock.
There we go.
Cat
That's a good warm-up. Let me do a helicopter really quick. I haven't flown a helicopter in days. Let me just do a quick barrel drill or something just to make sure I haven't lost it yet. I've still got it.
Overlord, 1-1, pop-up group, 297, Fort 16, at 1,500, hold. Overlord, 1-1, Bra, 298, Fort 17, at 1,500, cold.
Yeah, I still got it. Gremlin, what's going on? Is it almost a time for chaos? That server's definitely chaos. The Revenge of Sam City. Actually, Sam Island, to be more precise. Ask away. The rockets and the flanker. Yeah. Let's do that really quick before we get into the server. I mean, the only rockets I ever use in the flanker are going to be the S-25s. And there's two different kinds. There's the blast frag, which are like the area of effect grenade style rockets, high explosive with fragmentation. And then there's the penetrators, which are exactly what they say they are. It's a large shape charge with a penetrator head. So if you hit armor with it, it'll penetrate and explode on the inside. Kind of like a S-25 tandem. And the S-25s are extremely large. And the pods are just going to be like the standard, like, what is there? There's 120 pods, I think, in the Russian arsenal that are 5-shot tubes, the big ones. They're 120 or 122 millimeter, and then there's the standard 80 mils, which is the normal rockets for most Russian aircraft. They're all the same rockets. Alright, flanker. Let's do the Navy flanker. It's got more hard points. It's fatter. Alright, these are the S-25s. The ones at the bottom, these are the large ones. It's one shot, one rocket per hard point. Except for on the mid ones, then you can put double racks. So you can see you can put two S-25s. Hardened penetrator is the exactly what they are. They're the penetrator ones. It's a single shot, 340 millimeter. So it's a very big explosive, and it's got a penetrator head. So they're only effective if you directly hit something. And then there's the S-25 fragmentations, which are basically a gigantic pineapple grenade on the end of a rocket. Those are the main rockets, are the S-25s, and then you've got the standard 80 millimeter. That are just pods, 20 rockets in the pod, 80 millimeters. Heat frag is going to be what you're going to use. And then there's the big ones. Okay, they're 122, not 120. So 122 millimeter, there's 5 rockets per pod. They're blast frag, so they're very good at clearing out like trucks, infantry. They're not going to do much to any kind of armor, but they might do a little bit of damage to really light armor. Oh god, what does hold on, I'm gonna have to look that up. I can't remember what MPP actually stands for. Let me look it up so I don't say something that's not true. And the other one's marker, so you're never gonna use those. The SM, those are marker rockets. You'd use those to mark where enemies are so that somebody else can drop their large ordnance that you don't have. Okay, yeah, it just means multi-purpose pod. So the MPP is just standard, they're just going to be standard, let's see, S8 OFP2 rockets. I believe those are just heat, but let me look it up just to be completely sure. I don't know all the Russian codes. Okay, S8 is the type of rocket, by the way. The MPP just means multi-purpose pod. Okay, yeah, the FP2s that are in the MPP are just explosive. Yeah, high explosive anti-tank means it's usually, not in every single case, but it means that there is a penetration mechanic and a delayed shape charge. So heat tries to make a hole in whatever armor it is and then explode or put hot fragments inside that hole. HE would just be high explosive. Blast frag would be like a pineapple grenade where when they detonate, they blow shrapnel in all directions. Or they'll be somewhat shaped forward when they go off. It just depends. So blast frag is your area of effect. Heat is your targeted armor penetration. Heat frag just means it tries to penetrate the armor and then blow shrapnel into the hole, whether it's by kinetic energy or by an actual secondary charge, which is what a tandem is. So the MPP is just multi-purpose pod. The actual rocket is the S8. OFP-2 is just a explosive rocket. It's like their standard boom rocket. It just goes boom. It's a concussive rocket. So your best bet would be the heat frags, unless you're going after like trucks and troops. Then you'd want the MPP would be fine, or blast fragmentation would be your best. And of course, the S-25s are more like an air-to-ground unguided missile more than a rocket. I mean, well, that's all an MTG is. They are missiles, basically. Basically. Anything else? They do love their rockets. And the S-25s are quite good. Like I said, if I'm going to do like a ground strike and I'm in a flanker, I usually don't use bombs because the Russian bombs are pretty jank. They're not that great. They have a great explosive charge in their bombs, but their flight dynamics and all that are not good. They drag horribly and they're not the best, but their S-25 rockets are quite good. I've sank boats with S-25s. I mean, they're great rockets. And on certain pylons, you can put 2 on each pylon, so you could have like 4 S-25s on a single set of pylons. You can get a lot of work done on the ground using S-25s as long as you get decent with it. And they're easy to shoot. They're pretty accurate for being a rocket. Russians make good rockets. When you get down into the smaller 80 mil rockets, they're not very good, but not because they're not good, but because DCS has nerfed the explosive damage of small projectiles. So small arms fire, cluster munitions, and rockets have been nerfed a lot. The S-25 is big enough they don't really suffer that nerf. It appears they don't suffer that nerf. The S-25s are still quite effective. But like smaller rockets are just not that good. The only reason why we use the Predator rockets in the American stuff is because those are laser guided. They're gonna hit the target. Same with the tandems in Russia. Those are just laser guided rockets. Those work good, but regular unguided rockets are pretty jank in all aircraft. Uh-oh. Am I blind? Nope, I'm just blind. Oh, there's 7 people on there tonight. Very nice. What do we got? We got Black Magic, Bruce Black. I don't know. Oh, there's Vic. And I don't know Nasty, Rush, or Star. Again, I don't know who this nasty person is. You're just confusing me. I'm an old man. Okay, so nasty is Trife. And when it comes to Russian stuff, though, their rockets are better than their bombs. Their bombs are just not good. Sadly. They're good in explosive power, but not the best for getting on target. And this is about where we left it, actually. Except up here, it looks like they took out this spot, so that's good. Oh, they're up here. Okay, yeah, they neutralize Morsk. That's awesome. They're doing awesome. Looks like they killed a boat too. Alright, so here's our choices. We can help them push, or we can come down here and try to hunt down those SAMs and see if we can take care of this infrastructure, or we can plan some sorties and take out some boats. That seems to be the 3 things we should do. What do we got? A frigate, a cruiser, and a destroyer all close together. So that might be difficult to kill. Might get lucky at the start though. If we can knock out the destroyer, it might get a little easier. Oh, that's a GBI. These servers are very challenging, Gremlin, and they're also full. They're full logistics and warehousing, so nothing's free. If you capture a point, there's nothing in the warehouse. You have to move supplies around, all that good stuff. This boat's going to be a nightmare. So you see those round hatches right there? There's 8 of them, right? Each one of those hatches has a bunch of smaller circles on it. Each one of those circles opens up, and those are full of ground-based intercept missiles. So this thing's going to be hard to kill. There's about 84 GBI missiles inside that boat ready to shoot. This thing's going to suck. The best way to kill this boat will be to kill the other boats first and then drop bombs on this one that are small so it can't intercept them. Like, no, it's not a Molina. The Molina is the frigate. It's not near as bad. It'll be easy. This is the was it a Moskov? Yeah. The Molina is right here. It won't be that big of a problem. The Moskov is the problem. 84 intercepts built are in that thing. So it just depends on how lucky we get.
Yeah, baby! Yeah.
Can we move our boat? No, we cannot. It can be. It just depends. I mean, we could get lucky. I can do the way normally dealing with boats is depending on the boat, but a lot of times it'll be a harpoon missile strike. If that doesn't work, it might be flooding the zone with TALDs to distract them, and then either shooting more harpoons or dropping bombs. Laser guided bombs, because the ships are moving. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I love these servers, Gremlin, is because you have to think about, even like right now they just captured this place, so you see the resources. It won't let me look because I'm not in the game yet, but anyway, the resources, the warehouse won't have anything in there unless he brought some stuff, so you have to actually move stuff around through warehouses. That's a warehouse, WH. So this one has unlimited stuff, and you have to fly from here and use Chinooks and C-130s to move munitions around to do that. I really like that aspect. Well, I guess let's try to kill some boats really quick. How far away are we from here? 160 miles from the warehouse. Alright, let's start at the warehouse, and maybe we'll do a warehouse run to Severik. This is Santa. Santa owns? Friend of the channel, Santa owns. He owns all the North Pole servers, and him and his... he's got a group of people that do the programming and scripting, and they build the North Pole maps. And we fly mainly on the North Pole maps because they're so detailed and fun. I would have no idea. Alright, let's spawn in and check the warehouses. Avalo, where's Avalo? There it is. I have no idea. I don't know why you wouldn't be welcome. I've never seen him not welcome anybody. But I'm not him, I don't know. I'm sure you could log in and fly on the server. I'll check the warehouses. Leg. Alright, let's check the warehouse. Okay, so they don't have much here yet. So yeah, let's do a resource run. Yeah, they've got 30. They've got 30 of everything. That's not much. So let's go ahead and do a warehouse run with the C-130. We'll do that for our first flight. That'll work. Hold on. Let me get my notepad. I gotta write down some ICAO codes. My buddy did get me a new notepad so I could write down this info when I'm gonna do logistics runs. Alright, so Severomorsk is ICAO code UL. Alright, so let's see. ULAK. And Avalo's ICAO code is EFIV. All right, EFIV. Got it. Got it. Okay, those two codes. Yeah, I'm gonna run supplies to Severomorsk first before I get started with anything else. We're gonna do that first. All right, so Avalo code was EFIV. Origin and Morsk is ULAK. Got it. All right, we're gonna take off to the south and we're gonna turn around and head straight north. Well, actually, we're gonna kind of swing around. Oh, there's gonna be MiGs and shit over there. We gotta be a little careful. We'll do one big long leg up to here. Man, the C-130 needs some optimization. Alright, legs. Alright, so we're gonna go north. 6913 and decimal 179, and then we go east 0 and 3248 decimal 535. All right, that should pump in there. Yes, alright. We got first leg. Let's go ahead and grab our next one to go to final turn. We will put it right here. Alright, so north 6907. Decimal 228, east 0, 3314, and decimal 797. And that's going to be our turn to final. And our last destination is going to be we'll just use the UCAIO code ULAK. So ULAK. Bam! Alright. Go back to Route 2. Everything's good. Activate. Execute. Index. Route 1. Now we've got our route. So much planning. Alright, come down here to nav. Let's see. Nav select. iNav. Menu. And now we should have waypoints. There we go. We're set. Let's go ahead and pop our HUD in. Crank that thing up. Okay. Now let's get our digimap up on 2. Now we can see our actually route that we just set up on the digimap, and we'll put our radar over here on 3. And let's get our overlays up on the radar. Okay, let's actually spawn our warehouse supplies now and get them loaded up. So like Gremlin on this server, because we're at a warehouse, it's got unlimited resources, so this is where we'll spawn gigantic containers full of like 100 of everything, and then we'll load them up and transport over to the other place and drop them off. And then people will be able to load up their planes and stuff from there for a while anyway. NPCs will also move supplies slowly as long as they don't get shot down using Chinooks, but it won't be a whole lot. But over time, you know, like after a couple days of owning a place, it'll have a lot of warehouse built up. So we just go to other, logistics. We want warehouse supplies, and we want 50 of everything, and we'll do 2 containers worth, which is our full loadout. It is super epic. And you can see we actually spawn. There's the 2 containers right there. Alright, doors open. We got these 2 containers staged, so they should show up, and they do. Grab both of them and load them up. Shut the doors. Now to make this easier on me, we're gonna take off to the northeast, so we're gonna back taxi this way for a bit. That way I don't have to do a big sweeping turn, because we're super heavy. We are way heavy. So let's just taxi down to here. Yeah, let's just go to the runway and we'll back taxi to the runway and turn around. That'll be fine. Alright, break off. This is, hello, people on YouTube, sorry. This is DCS, Digital Combat Simulator. Almost full fidelity, one-to-one recreation and simulation of these actual aircraft, their flight models, and their systems that are declassified. So it's an actual sim, like a real one. Not like a kind of sim.
Request takeoff.
Now we can taxi through the ground on the ground with this thing. It's a Hercules. We could take off from the field, but we'll try to stay on the pavement as much as we can, just so there's no issues. But we got to go around all those Patriots up here so we don't bump into anything. So we're just gonna take the runway. I'm flying cargo right now because we just captured an airfield in the north that doesn't have any bombs and missiles for our boys to reload with, so we're going to run supplies on this run before we get started with the war. If we don't, then nobody will be able to reload or repair, you know, they won't have any bombs to load up and drop, or missiles to defend themselves with. It's not magic, we got to move the cargo. There's a big war going on. We're delivering stuff from our warehouse at Avalo all the way up here to Morsk, where they need the bag. There we go. Okay, I didn't fall off the runway. The C-130 is very new, so it's not fully optimized. So when you switch between your AWACS map and your cockpit, it lags. There's a big, huge pause. There's our Patriots. Yeah, that's gonna happen. If you don't exercise those muscles, they'll definitely deteriorate on you. I'm glad I didn't screw up planning the mission. I haven't flown the C-130 in a minute. I only fly it when we need resources, so I don't get to use it all the time. But boy, when you need to move resources, this is about the only way to do it. Especially long distance. Can you imagine trying to move stuff with a Chinook? 130 miles in a Chinook, I would bang my head against the wall. I'd have to turn my volume down before I went crazy. This is Kola. So we're up in the icy fjords. This is Kola. That is annoying. Our Patriots are shooting at this fullback. That's an enemy fullback that's flying in the area, so our Patriots are getting ready to light him up. We might wait a second to take off. I didn't know that fullback was so close. We might wait for our Patriots to deal with that before we take off so that he doesn't get tempted to come shoot us. Influencer type stuff. You're starting to use that like a slur, aren't you? My name is a slur. Alright, let's turn around and get staged. I think I'll be okay. He's far enough away. He's like 40 miles, 50 miles away. I could probably go ahead and take off. Let's go ahead and arm our countermeasures. Alright, we're going to turn around, get staged, then we'll check the map again and see where that fullback's at. "25 miles. Beaming." We got an EWRS report. We're good. We're gonna take off. We're gonna be good. Alright, here we go. Alright, we're still on the tiller. Okay, we're off the tiller. And we're on the rudder. Maybe if the rudder wasn't so wonky. There we go. We got it. We got it. We're good. Alright, gear coming up. Let's go 2 units of flaps up. We're gonna stay low for a bit. Alright, 2 more units of flaps. Alright, all the flaps up. Alright, throttling back. Alright, I'm on my way with the supplies.
Too low. Terrain.
Shut up. Daddy's flying. Daddy's working. Mind your business. Alright, it says the fullback is cold, so I'm assuming he's flying away. He's probably going somewhere else to strike. Yeah, he's heading south. His strike must... Oh my god. Look at all the fencers. There's a lot of fencers out there. I might need some cover to get there. Shit, nobody's on SRS. I can't tell them. Nobody's on the radios. I hope they see me coming. Those fencers are going to be very close to my flight path. 2 of them are on top of my flight path. Okay, I need to trim a lot. Okay, we're trim. Piece of cake. 260 knots, we're cruising. We're probably going to stay this low all the whole way. Hopefully we've got I'm assuming we've got some SAMs up here in this area, so I'm going to fly across here before I make my turn towards Morsk. I'll try to follow my flight plan, but I think I'm going to venture north of the flight plan a little bit to try to be safer. .273 knots. We don't want to get much over 280, so we'll slow down a little bit. We're not in a hurry. With this much weight, if we got up to about 300, it'd probably go pretty poorly for us. Is the heat on? Yes. Yeah, okay, all ice protections are on. Pressure? Yeah, we're pressured. Alright, first leg, 107 miles to go to the first waypoint, which is most of the flight. Because when I turn in towards the runway, you're talking 11 miles and then 5 miles to touchdown. So the main body of the whole flight's just this leg. Oh, do they have it again? Well, that's still neutral over here. I see the Stinger. There's an SAM site at Morsk. What's our budget? let me go back here so I don't lag out. Let's check the budget. Stats budget. We've got tons of money. I'm gonna spend some. So we're gonna go other. Severmorsk. Let's go. We're gonna throw some shore ads and some AAA into Severmorsk. And then I might throw a cap patrol up in the air just to try to help clear the skies a little bit so I don't get shot down on the way there. Because that would be bad. Alright, we're going to put a cap flight from Severmorsk. Then we'll have a cap flight up in the air around here. That should help out a little bit. Put a little pressure on the enemy. .260. Let's go ahead and speed up a little bit now. Get a decent amount of crosswind. You can see it buffeting as it's shoving us a little bit. Big old cargo plane. Alright, there's the fencers. Look like they're heading back towards Severmorsk 3, which is what everybody's attacking right now. We got Vic and an Apache. Trife is up there with a Hornet. Yeah, you guys got it pretty knocked down. That's good. Then we'll have to get Mormons International next. And then we can worry about the south. If you guys are doing that good too, once I land and get these supplies delivered, I might go ahead and go after those boats next, or at least test the waters and see if I can knock down that destroyer to get it out of the way before I have to try to deal with that cruiser. That cruiser's going to be a nightmare. Just because of all the GBIs it's packing. Might be able to hit it with some harms. AGM 88s. Doing Angels 30 high velo, high angle shot on that boat might actually do the trick. That cruiser will have its radar on the entire time. So we might be able to skirt the GBIs. As long as we got a really high velo, high angle shot. Those fencers look like they're coming to attack Morsk. Those fencers are basically Sukhoi floggers, so be careful. They've probably got anti-rads. They might shoot at our NASAM systems. That's one way to try, Monster, for sure. You can try that. I mean, when it comes to a missile defense boat like that cruiser, I mean, you just kind of try whatever you can. You can hit it with a harpoon. You can do that, but it's got a really high probability of intercepting it with all of its GBIs. So you just kind of got to keep trying, you know. There's no 100% way to sink that boat. I've gone after those boats and killed them in the very first harpoon volley with just 4 harpoons by doing a skim pop mix. So one I'll shoot 4 harpoons, 2 of them are going to pop up and 2 of them are going to skim the ocean, which makes it harder for the GBI to track them all and shoot at all of them at once. But it's not exactly a high probability to hit it. It just has a probability to hit it. My cap group already ran out of missiles? What? Oh, there's 2 Fulcrums up there, too. Oh, I see. Okay. Vic is getting ready to finish him off, and when he does, Bruce is going to capture with the Chinook. Be careful with those friggin... Get you guys, though. Well, Holy Iron, after I land, the first thing I'm going to try is a harpoon shot. Probably at the destroyer first. So you'll get to see that. Probably not, but it'll do a lot of damage. An AGM-88 is a very large shape charge explosive. So it could do a lot of damage, but it's probably not going to sink it in a single hit. But it'll do a shitload of damage. Maybe even enough so it won't shoot anymore, which will make it more vulnerable to kill. But you'll get to see me going after some boats. We're going to try to do that after we get the munitions. I just got to get these munitions up here for the boys. That way they've got, you know, supplies to keep pushing the war forward. God, these fencers are so close. 2 Fulcrums, 2 fencers, and 2 Foxbats. All up in our grill. Hey Maria, how are you doing this evening? "75 miles. Look at that. We're making good time. We're already a quarter of the way. Trying to keep an eye on everybody up there. I really got to be careful with those Foxbats. Those Foxbats have some long-range they're basically anti-bomber missiles. They're made to shoot down big planes, you know, like a Hercules, like I'm flying. They're really, really high-speed Fox 3s. Oh good. Looks like some of our SAMs took out one of those fencers. That's good. Foxbats are right over your guys' head, but they're up there at 22,000 feet still, so they're not shooting at you. I don't think those Foxbats could shoot at you, to be honest. They shouldn't. I'd be more worried about them coming towards me. I'm there, what they'd be looking for. Fulcrums are RTB south. Good capture, guys. Good capture. Nassams. I'm going to reinforce really quick for you, too. That should be like a Gepard. Okay, Roland, an Avenger, and a Chappie. That'll help a little bit. In case they get through the Nassams. Get some shore ads. Oh shoot. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm good. I thought I forgot to take my medicine, but no, I took it. Alright, we gotta slow down a little bit. Alright, 58 miles to go. Oh, that sounds good. I need to make some homemade soup. I haven't done that for a while. Hopefully they get my stuff turned back on so I can get some fresh ingredients. So that sounds like a good idea. Make a big vat of homemade soup I could live off of for a while. Although a friend did drop off a little bag of fresh vegetables for me today, so I got a nice little fresh thing of veggies to steam up later. Got some carrots and cauliflower and broccoli in there from a farmer's market. Damn, those fulcrums are circling back up north. I was kind of hoping they were going to go home. I was hoping they were going to go home. Bruce, what's going on? Good capture. I might have to set up another cap right now. Every time I look down for a second, that wind starts pushing me over. Oh, that's too bad. What's going on? Well, I hope everything works out for you, whatever you're doing. We will be here when you get back. You know, unless the Olympics calls me up, I am waiting to train. So, but they haven't got back a hold of me yet. Still waiting for that call. Alright, 44 miles. I don't know where my cap is, but I did put in the order to get a cap flight up over in this area, but I'm not sure where they're coming from. Whoa. When I get there, I'm just gonna kind of drastically dive into the runway there and try to get out of everybody's way quickly, because there's a lot of shit going on over here. I really hope I don't get shot. 2 fulcrums, foxbat, and fencer still on the field. I'm hoping because of all the shore rats and the SAMs they'll leave me alone. It looks like they're doing a good job of knocking them down. Oh shit. I need to stop looking at the map.
Too low. Terrain.
That lag is gonna get me.
Too low. Terrain.
Alright, we can see our first turn. Coming up in 36 miles. You put me in a bobsled? I'm almost 6'3". I am not going in your bobsled. Or is that like code talk? Are you being creepy? You sound creepy. I know I'm good looking and all, but come on. When it comes to pilots, I'm on the tall side. Fencer, 2 fulcrums, 60. Oh, that fencer's getting closer. 30 miles is dangerously close. And that Foxbat is heading for Morsk 1. Let's plan it out. If I get jumped by the Foxbat, we're gonna take it into a 1 circle with our Hercules. Hell yeah. Funny thing is we could outturn the Foxbat. In our Hercules, we could outturn the Foxbat, no problem. Foxbats are cool, but they can't turn for shit. They go straight, fast. That's it. If they get into a merge with anything, they're screwed. That looks about right. That's a good flight plan. By the time we get to that last turn, we should almost be looking down the runway. And I have never, ever wrecked the C-130 trying to land it, so we'll be fine. Okay, the fencer's on the ground. It landed, so it's no longer in play. We just got to worry about the 2 fulcrums and the Foxbat. Fulcrums are not at play, really. It's just the Foxbat that's at play, and it's getting shot at right now by our SAMs we put up. Get him. Oh, he's getting pincered. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He caught that with his face. He blocked that like Rocky Balboa with his face. Alright, we should be clear. We'll land, we'll unload, and then we'll grab a Hornet, probably from... we can do it from here, actually. We'll just take off from Severomorsk. We'll load up harpoons first, and we'll take off, and we'll do a boat strike and see what happens. See how bad that cruiser is, see if it intercepts everything. The destroyer can intercept too, but I can break through a destroyer's defenses with 4 harpoons. Just depends on if they help each other or if they're too far apart. Search radar, that's fine. Actually, let's go ahead and pump our radar over here. Keep an eye on that. $15 miles. All the search radars in the area. It's gonna make our warning receiver go crazy for a little bit. There's the ocean. 12 miles. Once we make our turn, we'll start slowing up a little bit. We'll actually stay, our airspeed will stay up pretty good once we throttle back. You gotta utilize your flaps and your landing gear like an air brake with the Herc. She's a big, heavy girl. Got a pre-fly. Got to be flying 10 miles ahead of yourself. All right, there's our waypoint. Hard to miss. And when we get to about a mile from the waypoint, it'll start doing a transitional turn. Oh, where's my drink? I am super dehydrated. I'm always super dehydrated. I don't know why I said that. I'm literally, all my medicine dehydrates the shit out of me. Four miles. 260 knots. Hauling balls. Oh my god. There's a whole bunch of Mirages up in the air. F1 Mirage flight of 3 took off from somewhere. Oh, they're coming straight for us from the south. If you have to, spend some credits and put some more shore ads into Sever 3.
11 in the aircraft coming from your 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
If somebody wants to, spend some credits and put some more shore ads, some air defense into Severick 3. All those F1s are heading straight for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna land real quick and re-up.
Alright, waypoint is transitioning. Boom, there we go. New waypoint's in. Making our turn. We're 10 miles from the next waypoint already. We're going to be on the ground soon. There's the next waypoint. Alright, we're going to start slowing down a little bit. Preemptively slowing down. You can see I took a quarter of the throttle away and we're still barely losing speed. It's a momentum thing. You got to kind of coax the speed out of her. That must be our escort. I think that's Trife. Yeah, that's Trife in the Hornet. Trife, are you low on gas or anything, or are you good? I'm gonna shoot straight in. Six miles. Then we're gonna turn in for final. Hopefully I've got a good visual on the runway when we turn in. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot straight in on my flight plan then. I want to get out of the sky as quickly as possible before I get shot. Oh my god. Okay, they launched everything. It's all heading north from south. We really need to get on the ground ASAP. They're angry. JF-17s too. Not really worried about the Jeffs. 4 Mirage, 4 F1s on the early warning. Alright, slowing down, throttling back. There's the runway. I see the runway. We're idle. Throttles out. 2 units of flaps in. Seven Morse traffic, Fubar 1-1 coming in on short final. Alright, more flaps. Alright, 50% flaps. So you see we're just incrementally lowering our flaps out as an air brake basically to start slowing us down. Alright, we're going to pop the gear now. We're down to 160 knots. We're going to bring the flaps all the way out and start trimming the nose up so we don't fall out of the sky. Alright, we're all set for landing. And we're trimming. We're still idle, by the way. I haven't touched the throttle since I pulled it out. And we're set for reverse thrusting, so when we land, we're not using the brakes, we'll use reverse thrust. Trimming. $130 knots.
1,000 to go.
Yes, Betty. That happens when you're landing. It's crazy. Whoa, crosswind.
Minimum.
That crosswind's nuts. Alright, we're gonna have to crab it a little bit. Little crab. Alright, setting up reverse thrust. And reverse thrusting. We're down clean. soon as we slow down more, we're going to pull off out into the infield somewhere. We'll pull in over here to the right. Alright, we're on the tiller. And somebody's shooting. We gotta unload this shit right now. They're gonna blow us up if we're not. Well, there you go. There's a logistic run under fire. Look at all those missiles going off. Our air defenses are going crazy over there.
Trim.
Okay, we're good. Let's park it. Or actually, let's get out of the way.
Trim.
Shut up.
Trim. 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 Trim.
We're not trying to take off, Betty. Shut up. Okay. Brake on and outer engines to ground low. Okay. We're set. Let's unload. There they go. Alright, 50 of everything, 50 of everything. So now we check our spiffy. Oh, did you guys get them all? Did the shore ads light them up, plus Eagle?
Box 3, IC-25.
Looks like it. So now, look at that. We've got all kinds of warehouse now. Awesome. Alright, first mission done. Alright, let's switch it up. And let's see. Let's use the warehouse we just loaded up. And I gotta use the restroom really quick. I don't need to pull blood yet, though. Let me just use the restroom. Let's see. Where's my loadout? Poon! We're gonna go harpooning. We're going pooning, boys and girls. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, grabbed a fresh drink. Let me turn my leg heaters on. I gotta get that heat blowing right on my legs, or I'm not gonna make it very far tonight. All right. All right, we're gonna jump in our Hornet. And let's go see if we can do some damage to those boats. We'll let everybody else that's working on the ground game. Keep going. They're doing a great job. Well, my mocap sensors. My mocap looked a little off. We're alright. Okay. Let's get everything all set up. We don't need that. Make sure the IFF is on. Connect the data link and the link 16. Alright, we don't need to plan out the mission. We don't need any waypoints. We're going to use our radar for everything, and we'll use the radar to hand off coordinates to our harpoons. We're not going to do any craziness. We can just use the radar. It looks like the destroyer is going to be the first one on deck, which is the one I want to kill first. So, let's do it. They're moving around, but they're close enough together that Moscow GBI boat might become a problem, but we're not going to know until we give it a shot. Alright, let's taxi all the way to the end of the runway. Actually, let's go ahead and put our HSI on the bottom. We'll put our stores up left this time. We're going to need the stores page on the left. Alright, break off. Yep. Time to go harpooning. We're gonna put all 4 on that destroyer. It'd be nice if we could kill all 3 boats in a single flight, but that's not gonna happen. We're gonna have to get a little meticulous. If we're lucky, we'll get the destroyer on the first strike. That'd be great. Because then at least one intercept is out of the way. Let's put the second radio. Yeah, it looks like the next strike. It looks like they're pushing Olenya already. Once the boats are out of the way, we'll see what we can do to help. But the boats are going to take a bit. It's no easy task. Well, I don't know. It is easy, sort of, but I mean, it's just not easily successful with it. Yep, this is a livery that was created by Irish Fatty, who's probably the best livery maker in DCS. Very good. This is his Patriot scheme. It's awesome. It's got the John Hancock signature. It's got the We the People. It's got a whole bunch of the signatures. It's hard to see them unless you get close. Yeah, but you can see all the signatures in there, but... Oh, in the Viper you can actually see them. There's more spots for signatures. And his UH-1H Huey Patriot skin is possibly the best work he's ever done. It's an amazing livery. It's like this one, but it's also got the a chrome like embossed paint job of the POW, the POW Vietnam flag on the side of it with the other stuff. This should be the turnoff right here, right? Nope, one more. We're almost there. Just want to make sure there's no dead end at the end. Not familiar with this airfield. Let's go ahead and put our bingo up to 3,500. Big old fat thirsty hornet. Whoa, trees. Wish I'd have known there was a bunch of trees right here. All right, simple plan. We're just gonna burn out and head over the ocean, and then we're gonna turn in towards the enemy boats, and then I'm just gonna use the radar to find them, pick them up, and shoot them in the face. And those harpoons will take a while to get there. They've got an 80-mile range, so we'll probably be on the way home and landing before they ever even get there. Okay, nobody's around. We're going. All right, mill power, and paddle off the NWS, and take the hand off the stick. All right, gear up, flaps auto, hitting the blower. Oh, it's 104, not 84? Even better. I thought it was 84 for some reason. I'm not exactly a Russian boat expert, though. Either way, it's a lot of GBIs. So we just have to get above 15,000 feet. We don't have to get super high. We just have to be above 15,000 feet because we're going to set our harpoons to cruise at 15,000 feet. So if you program a missile to cruise at 15,000 feet, be above that when you let it go. Yeah, the 64 SAN-6s are the ones that are going to intercept. I think they could probably fire the Geckos too, but I don't think they have the same intercept capability as the SAN-6s. Or I might have that backwards, but I think I got it right. Alright, let's select our harpoons. We want RBL, flight, we want medium, terminal, we want skim on the first one, and seeking small. Step to the next one, mode, RBL, flight, medium, terminal, this time we're going to pop. And seek small, mode, RBL, medium, terminal, skim again. And this will be the skim pop setup I'm going to use to try to trick their defenses. We only need one harpoon to get through. And this one will be pop up again. And step. Alright, we are ready to shoot. We're above 15,000 feet. Let's get our radar ready. We're going to go out to 80 miles. We're going to tighten up our azimuth to 45 degrees. And we're going to switch our radar to C. Now, how far out are we? We're going to get up to about here, and let's turn in. It's going to be 080. 52 miles. We'll be able to look at them and shoot them right away. We're so close. We could probably turn and shoot from here, actually. Alright, let's come around to 080. roughly. We'll see the boats on the radar as soon as they're in front of us. All right, hitting the blower. There's our boats. Damn, they're so close together. Alright, let's get the AP set. Alright, we're cruising. So the destroyer's the first boat, so we're going to try our real bestest here to get a good radar lock on that first brick, like that. Alright, there's the boat. We're in range. RBL medium skim, everything's good. First harpoon is away. Next one is pop. Harpoon away. Verify again. Harpoon away. One more. Alright. Paddle the AP. We're on the way home. Let's get rid of the bag. The bag is empty. Make sure the bag's empty. Or gone. Yep. Alright, here we go. Hitting the blower. And we're heading home. And that would be the boat. Let's see, 32. Alright, there's home base. Let's go ahead and get a magnetic heading on the runway. So 117. 117. Okay, there's our runway. Piece of cake. Oh my god, they're shooting them down already. Look at that, they're shooting at them. Okay, so that cruiser's gonna be a real big problem. How many did it shoot down already? One harpoon made it so far. What a pain in the ass. See it shooting? It's launching GBIs like a madman. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do that a different way. We're gonna have to use. TALDs. There's just way too many GBIs. Okay, you're gonna push Merman. Got it. What is that Merman? SA-10 that's neutered. Is it neutered? Yeah, it's not neutered. The SA-10's active, and there's two Tor Gauntlet GBIs there as well. You're gonna have to run SEAD first. Are you going in with a helicopter or a jet? I can do a SEAD strike on Mermans to thin out the SAMs first for you. I'm gonna have to put a hold on the boats. Okay, give me a second and I'll get up in the air in a Viper. I'll strike the SA-15s and the track radar for the SA-10 before you're there. What runway number do we got here? 14? Yeah, 14. Seven Morse traffic, Fubar 11 on initial for runway 14. We're basically on an extremely long final because we're already lined up on the runway for the most part. That cruiser's going to be such a pain in the ass. Although it did launch like 20 missiles probably to do that. Still got a whole bunch. Yes, they can reload though, but the reload will take a long time. The reload on all those tubes, you're talking like 45 minutes. Alright, gear flaps. There's that wind. Alright, we are on speed, and we're going to come in, we're going to drop through the glide slope for a bit, because we're so high. Then we'll pull it back up.
Altitude. Altitude.
Oh, Betty. Let's go ahead and stow the radar. We're still falling through the glide slope on purpose. Still on speed, just out of time. Two fox bats and a frog. Not a worry. Alright.
Warehouse 3 traffic, Eagle 1-1 taking up from Park.
Ah. Seven Morse 1 traffic. Fubar 11 short final runway 14. Alright, now we're on speed on time. Like a boss. Absolutely, it's Vic's fault. Alright, we're idle. Piece of cake. Well, we didn't sink any boats, but hey, at least we survived. It's always a bonus. Come on, baby, slow down. Alright, we're going to switch it up and we're going to jump into our Viper so we can do a SEAD strike for Vic. So Vic don't get his face blown off by a bunch of SA-15s. Or a telephone pole from the SA-10.
Bye, have a great time.
Yep, take it easy, Holy. Come back anytime. I stream almost every night. I try to stream every night. My disabled body doesn't let me stream every night, but I definitely try. Alright, let's see. Severisk 1. Let's grab our Viper. Right there. And harm loadout. And 1 bag. We'll just use the Patriot again. All right, Vic, I'll be up in the air shortly, and we'll see what I'll see what I can do. There's no telling what they're gonna allow me to do, but I'm gonna try.
Fox 3, SH-25.
Alright, how far up the runway am I? Of course. Actually, I can probably take off from right here, except I'd be... Where am I going? Okay, Merman's right there. We're gonna do a full blower takeoff, just get up in the air quickly. Yep, I'll see what I can do. If they turn their radars on, I can probably smoke them. It just depends on how well they cover each other's
Fox
ass.
3, MiG-25.
It also depends on everything else that's going on. Give me a second to get up in the air and get settled in and not in danger. Alright, let me see what's going on here. Okay, he's pushing the Fox bats. I'm not worried about that. Okay. 34. Merman's is waypoint 34. We'll use that for a generic reference. Alright, here we go. Full blower. Rotating. We don't need much runway. $30-20. Do we have $30-20? We do. Okay. Alright, let's get our waypoint. 34 was the one, correct? 34 is it, which is right in front of us. Let's go ahead and fence in immediately, because the shit is already on top of us. Alright, we're fenced in. Dude, I see the 15 already. I'm triangulating off the 15. I've already got the 15. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can aggress that one GBI immediately. I'm just not very high up. Or going fast enough. Well, I'm almost going Mach 1. I've got speed. Give me a second. We're gonna do a hard shot here. Magnum 1. Alright, I'm pulling off and gaining altitude and coming back around for the rest of them. Alright, back in the blower. Okay, Shack 1 Tor Gauntlet, Vic, I got one of them already. I'm gonna set up so I can come back around and see if I can get the rest of the stuff, but one of them is down. That harm was coming in friggin' hot. It didn't even go up much. It went straight at it at like Mach, probably 2 or 3 by the time it got there. Alright, I'm triangulating off of whatever was left. I'm not seeing the SA-10 though. It didn't turn on, Vic, so it might be dormant. The flap lid was still there, but it never turned on. So I'm thinking you might be safe to aggress that site. I still have one SA-15. Nope, never mind. It's down. Yeah, I got it. I honestly I'm not getting anything else in that site. You should be good to get in there. Bag is empty.
Yep, give it a crack.
Yep, go for it. I'm not getting any other radiation from that area at all after I killed that one, so I think the rest are either damaged or dormant. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put my other 3 harms out into the ocean. See if we might get lucky on hitting one of those boats. I need to get rid of this stupid bag, it's dragging hard. Merry Christmas!
Counter.
Uh-oh. SA-10 just turned on, but it's not showing up in my ELANT pod because, you know, DCS. Coming back around to it. It's still not showing up though. So that's broken. They need to fix this. If the SA-10 turns on, my ELANT pod would see it super fast. If the EWR is seeing it, the ELANT pod would absolutely see it. So this is kind of stupid. I don't think it's the SA-10 that's at that waypoint. I think it's farther away.
It is. It's 0.36.
Okay, I'm gonna go back out for the boats then with my last 3 harms. So there's the boat. Luckily, we're going to have a good TPM on the PGM on the boat automatically. An easy track. We just need Angels 30 now, and we need a lot of airspeed before we fire. We got to get a little bit closer. So, hitting the blower. Watching our fuel. All right, Angels 30. Now we need Mach 1-1 preferably, and we need to get as close as we can without getting shot in the face. The closer we get, the harder the angle the harm is going to come in at. Mach 1. Yep.
Boss 3 traffic.
Mach 1.1. Alright, we're hauling the balls. Here we go. Magnum 1. Magnum 2. Magnum 3. Defending.
Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Caution. Caution. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare.
There's the runway. Alright, switching to Cat 1. Slotting in for a landing. I think I'm the only one using this airfield up here. Yeah.
Altitude. Altitude.
We don't need to radio it in. They shoot down or GBIs that they've expended now. Yeah, they shot down all my harms already. But that's more, like I said, that's more shots that cruiser's fired. We're a little heavy with fuel. All right, air brakes out. Landing gear. All right, on speed. There's a runway. Piece of cake. Well, at least we got the Tor Gauntlet out of the way for Vic, so he should be able to get in there and destroy that point completely, you know, unmolested, hopefully. I mean, if there's something else there, they didn't turn anything on for me to do anything about it. And Eagle flew down pretty low, so I'm assuming that other SA-15, it was just too damaged, so it can't turn on anymore anyway. Yeah, the other SA-15's already like half damaged, so I don't know why the SA-10 didn't turn on, but it didn't. Vic, I see a man pad in there, but you'll be able to find him. The SA-10 is still there, but it didn't turn on at all, so I'm assuming it's not active. Guess we can back up Vic. What is this? 5 dudes with rifles in the woods? Okay. They're probably trying to capture this downed pilot. Rush 1-1. Got shot down there. Oh, there's a storage facility right here that needs to be bombed. Shilka railway station and ammunition depot. Oh, there's an IL-76 heading out. I imagine these 2 Vipers are going to get them. We're near the end, actually. Yeah, I mean, once we capture, like, Alenia, there's not a whole lot left besides infrastructure points. Alenia is their last bastion of air offense. That's where all these flankers and everything are coming from. What do they have here? SA-11. Okay, well that's a pain in the ass. Plus 1 Tor Gauntlet defending? Just 1? Really? There's got to be another one around here somewhere. Nope. I bet you there is another one. This is not everything that's there. There's other stuff here that we can't see, that we haven't reconned. So I guarantee you there's 2 SA-15s, not 1. Well, let's see. I guess we could do another run on the boats just to get them to blow up some of more of their ammo. Oh my gosh. Lag, lag, lag.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Copy.
Told decoys. We're gonna send some talds towards those boats to kind of flood the zone, and then we're also gonna send some other planes to help support that. What is that? Well, that's the IL-76. It's about to die. It survived? No, it's messed up.
Refueling complete.
That baby's going down. Go ahead and shoot it again, guys. Alright, yeah, Eagle's pushing Olenya. Vic is taking care of Merman. Yeah, let's keep going after the boats. We've got a good budget. I never checked my stats on this server. We've been at this war for like 2 weeks, haven't we?
Rearming complete.
Stats, my stats. That's right, recognize. Rank 1. Master Sergeant. And highest rank on the server. Yeah. I'm cheating though, I'm disabled and I fly all the time. Alright, let's see. Cat 3. Air brake in. Got a fresh bag. Should be good to go. Alright, we're gonna take off and then we're just gonna head up towards the ocean. Let's get the friendly flights to start doing their thing. Alright, other shop, AI attack, Tal decoys. What is the name of that area? Shipyard? It's not here. Damn, that's not gonna work. Previous menu. Can we do a SEAD flight? It's probably not gonna show up because it's not a... Yeah, damn. I can't even get help for this. I don't think I need to kill the boats then, actually, right? I might not have to kill them. We might be able to end the war just by capturing all the land then. Yeah, it's not giving me the option to do anything. Alright. I guess I'm gonna head towards Olenya then and fire my harms. It's not even gonna let me use our resources. That's a bummer. Alright, here we go. Rotating. Yes, it is. Eagle's gonna get it. What waypoint are we pulling? 36. All right, there's 36. All right, we're climbing. Let's go ahead and fence in. Or he's gonna fly formation with it. No, Eagle, kill it. If it gets here, it's gonna repair all this stuff. That's what the IL-76 is doing. There you go. Okay, he got it. I didn't see his missile. He got it. I was gonna say, don't let it land. That would be bad. Alright, hitting the blower. We need to get up to altitude. Half a bag still.
Counter.
Fulcrum. Or a flanker. It's a flanker. My waypoint is completely wrong. I should be heading straight south. My waypoint's sending me to the east, so the 36 is... the pre-briefed waypoint is not correct in the Viper's CDU. Quarter bag left. There we go. I see bad guys. Switching to air to air. Let's get a data track on this enemy. Got him. Oh, looks like he's dead. Yep, they're both dead. But their radar is still working. Crazy. Okay. Back to air to ground. I see the SA-11s everywhere. There's SA-11s and SA-10s. I am triangulating now. I see SA-11s, 10s, and 15s just everywhere. We'll triangulate the first one, and we'll just go down the line and start killing them. Alright, offset right. Come on, baby, give me a 2. I really need a 2. Let's start going nose on. Changing the angle should give me the 2. There we go. Hitting the blower. There's a Tunguska as well. Alright, Mach 1, Magnum 1, Magnum 2, Magnum 3, Magnum 4. Alright, there's four SA-11s. Hopefully get smoked. There's GBIs that are guarding though, so probably not. But we'll see. Hopefully. Good job on Merman. Whoops. Alright, I need to get rid of my bag. Alright. Alright, we're good. Boom! 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 Alright, we're getting hits. We got some hits. Alright, I got a bunch of damage on the SA-11s and some of the Tor gauntlets at Olenya.
Raj, do you think another harm run would do it, or should I come in with some light CPU?
The GBI might still be active, but might be able to get CBUs in there. The one GBI that's left has got, I did half of its damage, so it might not be able to intercept anymore, so it might be good to start hitting it with everything.
Raj, I'll play with it, I'll see.
I am going to grab 4 more harms and get back up in the air, but that's because there's a lot of hidden SA-15s and 10s all over the area. Where'd those fullbacks come from? Oh, they just took off. Interesting. We're gonna stop those fullbacks from getting any shots off or messing with our guys. We've still got good fuel and 4 AMRAAMs. We're gonna do a little cap. Alright, where are they? Where's my data link? Nothing on data link yet. Those Sukhoi 34s could also be jamming. They're really good at jamming. 30 miles, they are right in front of me. Is that them? That must be them. Yeah, that is them. SA-10. He's dead. Alright, here's the other fullback. Fox 3. Fox 3. See that SA-10 shooting?
Cap flare. Cap flare.
Oh, he's way dead. See ya. I was gonna say my Abrams are coming right into his face. He ain't gonna make it. All right, let's go home. Fullbacks could be a pain in the ass if you let them. They might have had a bunch of bombs. They might have had a bunch of anti-rads. Either way, they could do a lot of damage to our stuff. So if we have an ability to knock them down before they have a chance, we should. Which is what we did. Alright, there's home. I guess we can just do a straight in from this side. Alright, let's grab a magnetic. We're gonna come in on 32 this time. 297 magnetic. Alright, HSI. Would I say 297? Yep, 297. There's our runway. Just line up the HSI and we're good to go. Alright, we're idle. HSI should be moving in real soon. Alright, we should be close to looking down the runway. Right about there. Yeah, that's pretty close. There's the runway. Alright, air brake out. Boards out. Turn on all our lights now. Wonder where that SA-10 is around Olenya. Is it? It's not there. It's got to be down here at like Gorsk. We'll keep plugging away. It's always pretty rough at the end when you're near the end of a war and the enemy is consolidated in just a few points. Hello, Alberto. How's it going?
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, popping the gear. I think I'm gonna have to adjust my leg heaters. When I land, let me get up and stretch really quick. I gotta adjust my leg heaters and I've gotta pull some blood really quick. Make sure we're good there. And I might have to take some medicine depending. We shall see. But then we'll get back into the war. Minor medical setback. Alright, we're on speed. And we're on time. Kind of funny, the wind's not quite as bad coming from this direction, of course. We need to check and see if Vic
waypoint 1 at 1,200.
Vic neutralized Mermans. He might need someone to capture it though, or the NPCs might be ready to capture it now. I'm not sure. We'll check. Want to make sure we capture that. Throw some defenses in there. We're too near the end of the war to lose any ground. We can't let them take anything back. Piece of cake. Alright, where's the turnoff over here though? Oh, there it is. No, not quite. My leg heater is just a like a no heat touch. It just blows hot air. Generically it's just a like a heater that blows hot air, but it blows it like directly, so it's not like an outward. It just blows heat directly where it's blowing out at. So I point it right at my legs. It helps the pain. Little things I do so that I don't have to over medicate to treat it, because if I have to treat it because it's compounding because of its muscle death and nerve pain. But I don't like taking medicine that drugs me up, so I have to do things like the heater and stuff like that just to try to keep the pain down without taking, you know, hardcore medication. I still have to take the pain meds too, but I take a lot less of it. Like, I just take half doses. I don't like being like medicine-y or whatever. The doses they used to put me on were really hardcore, and I won't do that anymore. I told them I'll die from pain before I take all that stuff, because it takes away your life. Yeah, you don't feel pain, but you don't feel much of anything. So I took myself off the hard stuff and got really light pain meds now, and I just take half doses and do a lot of other stuff to manage the pain as best I can. But it does have to be managed because it's compounding. So it doesn't level off. It just gets so bad you finally pass out. It'll just put you into shock. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me, hold on, let me put on the parking brake. And let's reload, rearm and reload. Yep, that's what we need. Redo our chaff flare, fuel, new bag, and 4 more harms. That'll do it.
Request refueling.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Request rearming.
Copy. Refueling complete.
That's fine. Vic, once we capture Olenya, that's almost the last point the enemy really has that can do anything, so we can turn it into a warehouse, sure. That'll be fine. We've got plenty of budget we've built up doing this war for as long as we have, so yeah, spend it. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab a carb and stretch for a second. But my blood's not good, so I gotta do something real quick.
Rearming complete.
Okay, it looks like a C-130 landed at Merman's to capture it. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna... Yeah, let's take off and let's do another harm run on whatever's out here. There's all kinds of shit out here. We're just gonna keep... So let's do that. Alright, break off, Cat 3. We'll leave all of our hazards on for now. I'll probably have to draw some more blood here in about 30 to 45 minutes and check it. I gotta keep an eye on it now. Pain in the butt. Disabled guy problems. It's annoying. Alright, we're just going to taxi up to this first turnoff up here and then we'll turn around and take off. Let's make sure we got a good full bag. Yep, bag's full. That was weird. Hey, there's a Hornet. What player is that? Do I recognize that name? Jimmy. I don't think I know Jimmy. I might. I don't know. It looked like Black Magic was back. We know Magic. What's he packing? He's got some big bombs. Jimmy looks like he's got a couple of bunker busters. Yeah, I've probably seen him, but you know, my brain don't work. Alright, I'm taking off. Just another SEAD strike to the south, at whatever targets of opportunity I find that direction. I'm hoping I can get a shot on the SA-10 and maybe some of the GBIs that are guarding it. Had to readjust my mocap. Alright, let's fence in. Alright, we're ready. There's a big bird out there already. Well, that's the SA-10. The big bird is the search radar for the SA-10, so let's start triangulating that right now. Surely the flap lid will be somewhere near it, and so will the SA-15s probably. Yeah, there we go. We're getting a triangulation going. Alright, we're cruising. Well, there's a 15. Let's pull off of here and go after this 15. Darn it. Okay, I'm triangulating one of the GBIs now. What controls do you use for free cam view? Free cam view? I use a motion capture. I'm not using anything. When I move my head, that's what you're seeing. I'm just moving my head. I'm using a custom-made IR puck on my headset and an IR5 Track Pro sensor on my monitor to pick up the infrared from my puck. So wherever you're seeing me look is where I'm looking with my head. This is just me moving my head. My hands are on my HOTAS. I've got an actual Air Force sponsored or whatever A10 Warthog full HOTAS. Air Force licensed, I should say. Okay, I've got a PGM-2 on that SA-15. I'm going to move in to strike it. There's also a Tunguska with it. I'm going to hit both of them. Then I'm going to move on to the SA-10, see if I can start silencing it. What we got? Mach 1, Magnum 1. Switching to the Tunguska. Magnum 1. Alright, those shots are away. Switching over to the Big Bird. Or the clamshell. Shit, I don't care. They're the same thing. Sort of. They're both search radars for the SA-10 site. I've already got a good PGM on them, but I'm not getting the flap lid. Which is the radar we need to kill. Yeah, I've got a good PGM on everything around the SA-10, just not the SA-10 itself. I bet you when it turns on, it won't show up in my ELAT pod. I will bet you money. Say goodbye to that Tor Gauntlet. It's trying to run away.
Dagger 1, contact 605.
Okay, Shack the Gauntlet and the SA-15. Fubar 111.
Send it.
Counter.
There's the SA-11. Shh, it already fired and it's not showing up. God damn it, there it is. Fubar 1-1, defensive SA-11.
Tap flare. Tap flare.
Harms are inbound.
Caution. Tap flare. 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 Tap flare.
Oh, this is gonna be close.
Tap flare. Tap flare.
I'm dropping Dagger 1, taking it from 117 for departure.
Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare.
SA-11 defeated. Solid impact. Alright, we hit him and we survived. Hell yes. Alright, switching to Cat 1. Okay, the SAMs are pretty well suppressed around Olenya, but there's still a few stragglers. There's an SA-10 out there that's kind of ninja.
Counter.
There's still at least one more SA-11 launcher out there. Oh, we chewed him up though good. Look at that. We chewed him up real good. This is the one that's the search radar. These can actually still shoot, but they're so damaged I don't think they're going to be able to. We're ready to start bringing in like brooches and J-Sows. If that SA-10 was dead, I could probably get in there with my A-10 and wreck them, but the problem is there's still an SA-10 out there somewhere that's being super stealthy, and it's not showing up when it does lock me, which is stupid. It's doing that not showing up in the ELINT pod thing, which makes it really, really hard to hunt it down.
Request taxi to runway.
We're still getting secondaries. Are we still have the bag on? Well, that's just silly. You suckers. We're gonna stop that transport right now. What was it? Angel's 15 and a half. Hey, probably him right there. Alright, we got a passive TWS track on him. We're not going to let him know. We're going to stay passive track. We're going to fire our AMRAMs stealthily. We're going to ninja shoot him. He's a big plane. We're going to give him 2 shots. So that's a transport that can repair, rebuild, or capture places. So we can't let that survive. We got good fuel. We're gonna burn some fuel and get this guy. Oh! Somebody already got him. Yep, somebody got him. Fubar 11 RTB. Hey, we still got the runway listed. Yep, 297, that was the one. Oh god, Vic's flying straight over. Well, I guess that's not that bad. 40 miles, that's not bad. We still need to drop some bombs on that storage area. I might do that next, now that Jimmy and Black Magic are up in here. I might go ahead and do that, grab the A-10 and start getting busy. Or we can get all sophisticated and shit. We'll grab a Hornet and some JDAMs. And we need to blow everything up here at the storage facility. Alright, we're idle, boards out. Yeah, for sure. We got like what 4 or 5 of us pushing now, so the enemy's on the back foot. Most of the SAMs, I think I've got most of them suppressed or killed. So we should start pushing hard. I can go double racks of JDAMs on a Hornet, and that'll give me a lot of boom. Bring all the boom.
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, we'll just roll into a final here. Gear. Gear coming down. Ah, damn it. I'm gonna go ahead and, when I land, let me go ahead and take a half a dose. And then we'll jump in the Hornet and put some bombs on it and go bombing. Hey, thanks for the cheer. Cheers! It's cheers. When everybody does cheers, everybody takes a shot, and I gotta take like a pill. Alright, on speed, coming around on final. Piece of cake. It's almost like we know what we're doing, but trust me, we have no fucking idea what we're doing. We just make it up as we go. It just looks cool. That could have been close. I wasn't paying attention to see if anyone else was using the runway. I don't see anybody else. Alright, we're coming in. Alright, let's go up to the next turnoff. Whoop, shit, that's the next turnoff and I didn't slow down yet. Slow down, baby, slow down. Hey, Equalizer, what's going on, buddy? Looks like the sun's getting ready to go down on the war. Alright, yeah, let me jump into a Hornet and we're going to bomb out the first piece of infrastructure to the northwest of Olenya. So let's switch over. Let's grab our Hornet. Let's grab a Mosquito. We'll drop some 500 pounds from our Mosquito. Or grab the Jug, the P-47, and put 3 500-pounders on it. That'd be fun. We're not going to do that, but that would be fun. Alright, let's see. Let's grab double 32s. So we're going to take a whole bunch of 1,000-pound JDAMs. That'll give us 8 drops.
Dagger 1 ray gun.
Oh, he's not hitting me. He's not lugging me. Grab the Saber with rockets and hit absolutely nothing. Okay, we're good. Well, let me take a little dose here real quick. Well, that's good. That's a good kind of sore, right? That's the I got a bunch of shit done sore. I miss that kind of sore. That's good sore. Alright, let's plan out our mission. Alright, let's get the HSI up. Let's use mark point 9. Let's pull a GPS off of this place right here. Alright, mark point 9, data, precise, UFC. Alright, north 6816. Yeah, 6816, 1823. And east, we want 3318 and 1864. Elevation, feet, we want 621. And we're good. Alright, piece of cake. Where the hell are we? Do we got a back taxi again? Kinda, yeah. I wish it would spawn us closer to the end of one of the runways, not kind of in the middle. Let's just back taxi right down the runway so we can get it done quick. We're gonna need a little bit of runway this time in our fat Hornet. Oh no, they just repaired. Oh, that's way bad. They repaired? What did they fix? SA-15s are back up and active. They just repaired Olenya and they repaired the SA-15s, so there's 2 fresh GBIs at play there now.
Dagger, copy, son.
That is a bummer. All right, away we go. We're gonna get up in the air. We're gonna get our sensor looking at that place, and we're gonna start getting ready to drop a bunch of JDAMs on it. All right, gear coming up. Mark point 9, designate. Alright, there it is. That's should be where that railroad rail yard is. Let's go blow it up. I'm not sure if these are capturable areas, but I think there are just infrastructure points that we have to black out, I think. Either way, we got 8,000 pounds of JDAM. Let's get our sensors over there. That's the way, that's the place. Alright, I got targets.
Someone's traffic deck 1 inbound runway 35 overhead.
Okay, Tally Rail Yard at Lapalandi Storage. I'm going to be bombing it out shortly. So these are the two armories. They're underground facilities. We'll hit them with our big JDAMs here. Mark. And we got a shooting solution. There's our shooting solution.
Watch traffic deck 1 turning final runway 35.
Let's also get ready to drop our bag. Actually, we can drop the bag. It's empty. Alright. 1 minute. Let's actually move this right to there. Then we're going to drop another one on there, and then we'll drop on those silos right there, and then we'll come back around. "25 seconds to drop point," which will overflow just a little bit. Not getting any RWR off any of those SAM sites, so we're good. Oh no, it locked up. Is it booting me? Oh, come on, what's going on? I think the server just dropped out. Literally 3 seconds before I dropped my bombs, the server locked up. Is the stream still on? Yeah, the stream's still on. The server just died. Shit. What a waste. It's probably rolling over to the next day. I didn't see a warning. Did I just miss it? Yeah, it's just rolling over to the next day, I think, but it usually warns you before it does that. Like, you know, server rolling over to the next day or restarting in 10 minutes or 5 minutes or something. I must have missed it. It had to have been the server because the SRS disconnected too. Bet you that's gonna piss Vic off. He was in a helicopter and he was almost there. Friggin' 45-mile flight in the Apache. That's rough. Well, it's actually not that rough. Oh, Vic is still here. He didn't go away. Was it just me? I dropped out and nobody else? So lame. Well, we gotta do that again. We gotta blow the stuff up. Whoops, that's not what I want. That's what I want. There we go. Hey, I kept my loadout at least. Don't chirp at me. Well, we gotta plan that mission out again. Won't take that long. Alright, let's grab a GPS. Yeah, see, that's what I saw. The two ammunition depots, the 2 tanks, and then there's a railway station over here. We gotta blow all this up. Which we were like literally 3 seconds away from doing. Before the server was like, no! Alright, let's just use mark point again. It's easiest. Whoops. Alright, well, it looks like other people got booted too, so it wasn't just me. Alright, 6816. 1725 east, 3318 and 1982. Elevation 622. Let's taxi down the runway. Deja vu. We're cruising in our Hornet, trying to pick up chicks. You could totally pick up chicks in a Hornet. Is Vic able to kill the two SA-15s? Not yet. But he's not dead yet, so that's a bonus. Because he's in range of those things that they could kill him. He must have a little bit of cover he's working with. Turn off all the external strobes and shit. Whoop. Hey, we can turn around now and take off. Oh, let's make sure. Is there anybody else using this runway? Or no, they're down there at Sever 3. We're at Sever 1. Alright, here we go. How? By dropping off some troops or something? Or did you actually were able to fly up close to it with the door gunners? Was it already like not able to shoot anymore or something? Yeah, that'll do it. Drop off some armor and take them out.
Noise traffic, everyone taking exit runway 35.
Well, it's not really cheesy. It's using the tools at your disposal. All right, we're right back where we were. There's nothing wrong with using the tools at your disposal. Cheesy would be using a tool that wasn't meant for what you're doing, and it's probably like using cheat planes and shit like that. That's cheesy. Dropping off troops that are part of your team, especially ones that you paid credits for that were earned by the team to deploy, and then giving them orders to do something is not cheesy. It's exactly what you would do. Alright, first bomb is marked, and we're flying the director. 1 minute. Yeah, cheesy would be having trouble with air-to-air, so you grab the, you know, the cheat Raptor with the AIM 120Ds, and you just go kill everything with no risk of being shot yourself. That's fucking cheesy. There's the station right there. That box is the station that we got to drop one of these bombs on. Alright, remarked. That's a good spot. Try to get a few of these bombs off. Alright, we're in the zone. Overflying a little bit, and pickle 1, pickle 2, pickle 3, pickle 4. Okay, they're all away, coming back around. We'll come back, and if there's something that needs to be hit again, we'll drop some more. We got 4 more bombs. Yeah, I paddled off. Stop beeping at me. Bombs are inbound. Well, those bombs don't look like they did shit. The building didn't take damage either. What the fuck? What are these buildings made out of? The dreams of children? What the hell? What? Why am I getting nails by a hornet? Alright, well, let's hit him again. That is very strange. Marked. Coming around. We're gonna put 2 bombs in it this time. One, 2. I might have to come back with bunker busters. I figured the GBU 32s would be enough, but apparently not. We'll come back with 4 bunker buster penetrators. And we'll delay the fusing if this doesn't work. Huh. Okay, I got it. It took 2, 3. It took like 3 hits. That's crazy. Those are like the strongest buildings known to man. Yeah, we'll come back with bunker busters. That's crazy that it took that many bombs to blow up that one depot. 32. Actually, we can just go to initial. Oh, what was it? 297, I think? That looks about right. Well, looks like they've cleared out Olenya pretty good. What do they have left at Gorsk? Oh god, there's the SA-10. It was at Gorsk. Plus a Gecko. I don't see any GBIs though. That'll make it easy. 1 SA-10. There's the radar right there, the flap lid. That's all you gotta kill is that, and the whole thing is worthless. And there are no GBIs defending it. That'll be a piece. I think it's because I shot the GBIs earlier. I think I did fire some SA-15s over here, so. Of course, I didn't know I was going to be dropping bombs on friggin' concrete of the gods buildings. I understand the armories being slightly underground, make them harder to blow up, but that one building is just a regular old building, and I hit it directly with a 1,000-pound JDAM. And it was like, nope. It's just a flesh wound. Nice, good job.
Good job.
Let's see, do we still have the bag on? Yep, that's fine. We'll just land with the bag, it don't matter. We're in a Hornet, it don't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter anyway. We can land with an empty bag. I just usually like getting rid of the drag. That and his DCS, not real life, so you're not going to get in trouble for blowing your bag off every time. Dumping your bag off in real life is a real pain in the butt. You can't just dump it off. You gotta fill out paperwork, mark and have witnesses mark where you dropped it at, and blah blah blah. You can't just drop it. It's dangerous. That is inherently risky, dropping. When you're separating disposables like that, it's inherently dangerous. Stuff always doesn't just detach and float away from you. Alright, on speed. Oh, they neutralized it. Good stuff. Alright, lined up, on speed, on time. Landing the Hornet, super easy. As it should be, it is the Nerf mobile. The most nerfed up aircraft in the arsenal. Well, I'm sure there's more nerfed up aircraft that we don't know about. Alright, what do we got going on? Ape Titty. So there's a FARP called Ape Titty that has SA-15 and 2 Tunguskas. What was your DCS issue? Besides pilot error. SA-10. What is this? Oh, there's 2 GBIs way out here too. Right, I do the same thing. I've got Star Citizen and DCS on their very own drive. Oh, the actual NVMe M2 had an update? Well, hey, if you got it figured out now, that's awesome. As long as it's not like a bad fucking module, a bad NAND on your drive or something. If it just needed a firmware update, that's awesome. Well, there's all kinds of infrastructure targets that are kind of littered everywhere, but there's not much left for the enemy. Mochgorsk is all that's really here. What is there? Olenya is actually a friggin' big ass airfield too.
Watch traffic, take 1 turning, final waiting for.
Is the enemy capturing, or is the friendlies capturing yet? How far of a flight is that? 40 miles? Or it's 40 miles either way. I hope so. It's always nice when shit finally works out. Especially when that tends to not happen that much. Just everything working out all of a sudden. Well, I mean, if it loads faster, that's great, but loading faster and running better are not the same thing. I don't know if it's going to affect your VR at all, but it might. One way to find out. Alright, I am pulling some blood. Are you in right now? Check it out, see what happens. I've also heard the VR in DCS does have quite a few issues as well, so it might not just be this or that.
Watch traffic, Tiger 1 back.
Yeah, I've got a 2 terabyte NVMe M2 that I've just got DCS and Star Citizen on it. That's the only things on the drive, and the drive's pretty full. Hopefully I don't run out of space actually for DCS, because every time DCS adds a map or a jet or something that I get, it's getting closer to filling up, which will be bad. Then I'll have to get 2 more drives. I wish the drive price wasn't so expensive, but I need to get yeah, 4 is, that's what I need, is at least a 4 terabyte. I need one of them for sure, but I have a feeling I'm gonna have to get 2 more, and they both need to be 4. 6 and 8 seems like they're way too overpriced, and they're not reasonable to purchase. But I'm gonna have to end up getting a couple of 4s eventually, just to finish the build on the rig and not have to mess with it anymore on drives. I've got one open M2 slot, NVMe M2 slot, and I've got a 2 terabyte in the DCS slot, so I might have to get a 4 terabyte and replace the 2 and then get another 4 for my open slot for storage. Just sometime down the road. Oh, damn it. Alright guys, I'm gonna have to call it. My blood's still looking pretty bad. I'm gonna call it so I can get off of here and eat some food and monitor. Well, that's fine. I've been flying for 4 hours. That's fine. I wonder why it's doing that. Besides, my body just sucks. Oh, where am I? Oops. I forgot to put on the parking brake. That's alright. Want to sell 1 Hornet, slightly used, needs paint. Sliding down the hill. Yeah, well, this war is about over. I imagine tomorrow or the next day this war will be over. If it doesn't get finished tonight and today, that's very possible. It's so near the end. Once we have Gorsk, there ain't nothing left, but there's still a bunch of infrastructure places that need to be blown up, but that's about it. There really isn't that much left to do, which is good because, man, that war, this Kola war is the longest war we've ever done. Mainly because Kola just takes forever, because all the points are 100 miles away from each other no matter where you go. 100 miles is like the minimum, it seems like. It takes forever. Yeah, you gotta tear it all down and move it. That does not sound like fun. But at least doing that, you know, it'll be nice once you get it all set up at the new place. It'll all work better and seem better. Even if it's not. Alright, let me see who's flying, and I will get the Twitch viewers rated somewhere. YouTube people, you're screwed. You're on your own. Watch my videos. That'll give you something to do. Watch some of my DCS adventure videos over there. I think I'm actually getting pretty close to actually being able to earn monetization on YouTube. Just a little low on hours. I'm getting close. Damn, now my browser's not even opening. There we go. Alright, who be flying right now? Oh, not very many. Yeah, it's like me. I don't know any of these other people. Some of them don't even look like they're in DCS flying. That's weird. Okay, I'm not gonna raid anybody tonight. I'm just gonna let a song play the stream out. I haven't done that for a while, and I don't know any of these people. I think I raided Sweethearts once, but they're not even streaming DCS. Your sandbox plane? What do you mean? Yeah, I've raided Rook a couple times before, and he didn't speak or do anything, so I don't want to send people over there. So there's really nowhere to send anybody tonight. I'm just going to let a song play the stream out. I'll throw some Japanese music in that'll get muted on the VOD. Nobody likes my Japanese music. Oh, I've never heard of that. Arching? Never heard of it. It's like an engineering thing? Like a CAD 5 game or something where you can build and test shit? Space engineers I've heard of. I think I've heard of Kerbal too, but I don't know anything about either of them. I've just heard the names. Oh, here we go. I got a really popular Japanese song by Creepy Nuts. We'll play the stream on that. Space engineering was like wasn't that like kind of a, oh, what do you call it? Like a survival thing? Something like that? Like an ark in space or something? That's what I had in my head anyway. Ooh, I'm getting jittery. Yuck. It's such a funky feeling. Alright, I'm gonna put up Odanoke for a play out song, and I will see everybody later. I'll be in the Discord off and on. If you need to get a hold of me tonight, guys, that's where you do it, like always. I'll be online tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna fly on stream tomorrow because it's a Sunday and my body's gonna be a friggin' nightmare wreck because of physical therapy, but I might. But if I'm not streaming, I'll still be in the Discord tomorrow night. So, like always, if you need to get a hold of me, that's where you do it. Let's put the song on. I'll see everybody later. Take it easy.
kicking me in the dick? Why? Why does he keep kicking